Well, hello, everybody. It's your girl, Marcel Tarak. And we are back with our darling Dahala and our fun adventure time. Sorry, my brain is just... And I've been playing too much Sims. I keep trying to, rotate the camera with the middle mouse button because that's how I do it in The Sims. Sorry, I'll get my brain working. I promise. I think I'm finally starting to get some of my poop in a pile. Alright, so, Minion Roulette. Who's playing with us today? The wind-up airship. I know we have some of my pets that I've managed to collect that we haven't seen yet, so I'm a little sad about that. Airship's awesome still, though, but, you know. Where's my little Alphino? Oh, right, I got that heal. And I was really excited about it, too. Except I'm not really going to get to be able to use it much until the later end of the expansion because I'm level... What is that, 58? Yeah, I'm level 58, and the quest I'm on is level 54. So it's going to take a little bit. Alright. So now we can keep moving. Do believe we want to mount up first. This should do nicely, Kupo. The winds will likely have died down by tomorrow, but until then, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this place is as good as any. And mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help to clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then, I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I acquired a keen nose for firewood during my time in the frozen wastes of Querthus. Clear our minds? 'Tis Master Alphina, and whose mind needs clearing. The thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him to Dahala and see to it that the wildlife does not make a meal of our young friend. We will have the camp ready by the time you return. Oh, Alphino is just so... They portrayed Alphino perfectly as the entitled, rich little golden spoon boy with a big heart that's trying to do better. Right? Like, when he first shows up and you meet him, you remember, I was so offended. I'm like, who the fuck is this 14-year-old bossing me around, and why is everybody just letting him? And... he actually, please and thank you. His tone has changed. I know part of that is because the voice actor has changed. But I also think it's he's kind of grown up a little bit and realized that he doesn't need to be this elitist, authoritative, snobbish prick. He can actually just be like, hey, could you please do this? And people will be happy to do it. Are you still coming for me? That's what I thought. That's what I thought! Oh, what the hell kind of attack is that? Cool. Missed me with it, though, but still pretty cool. But, yeah. Alphino, he's grown on me. I'm starting to find him kind of adorable, especially this cluelessness that he's portrayed, that he shows here, where he's just like, tra-la-la-la-la, I'm gonna go pick up some wood, and we're like, guys, this is a dangerous place. Do you want a friend? But yeah, he's grown on me, and I'm pretty sure his attitude has softened up and warmed up, and he's become a lot more, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? You know what? It's like he's more considerate or more empathetic to the people around him instead of just being like, why can't you all just do what I say because I'm the smartest person in the room? Or why can't you all see the obvious that you're killing each other with this stupid pettiness? Like, he's just trying to find better ways of doing it without being a little prick about it. And I'm really approving the change because I was very offended. And that could be, you know, the boomer in me. I am, like, the oldest of the millennials, I think is how it goes. Where I'm, like, just barely... what's that? The Zennial, where it's like a Gen Xer and a millennial. Like, I'm there. I was born in 84, so I think that puts me, like, right at the border and makes me a mini instead of the main. But, yeah, I was very offended. I see I was right to worry about the boys' safety. Once Alphino returns with the wood, we can see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looked like stew ingredients, ready for the fire. Few things compared to the simple pleasure of sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making. So speaks the great explorer. Until recently, you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with kindling and a flint. 'Tis well you instructed me so patiently, then. But yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal to Yazael with a pile of damp leaves. I was born to the pampered son of a Charlian dignitary, and alongside my twin, became the youngest student ever to be accepted into the studium. How proud I was to match wits with scholars and philosophers, how ignorant of mine own shortcomings. That hubris invited manipulation and betrayal, and led to the downfall of the Scions. We all of us are guilty of similar ignorance. How many men laid down their lives never knowing what it is that they fight for, never questioning that which they have been taught to believe? 'Twas only upon meeting Hrasvelger that I learned the truth hidden within our history. Were it not for that chance encounter, I would never have vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to do terrible things, I cannot deny. But I would rather sin in the pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous for perpetuating a needless war. If this journey has taught me anything, it is the importance and difficulty of holding to one's conviction in the face of failure, of striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You are well on your way, Master Alphino. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear, with scarcely a thought in my head. Even now, I struggle to acknowledge the misconception under which I have labored. Sitting here amongst these grand ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that, such an age existed. We are now in a time of war. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragon Song War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as mine. In my hand resides the power to vanquish a great worm. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Nidhogg myself, orders or no. Estinian, you gave your word. My word is contingent upon the success of our parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince Rasvilger of the righteousness of your cause. Doubt not, but I shall, Dragoon. Well, wind's willing, we shall have our answers on the morrow. Let us sleep now and face our fate with the rising of the sun. The campfire was so cozy. I must have fallen asleep, Kupo. But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will have borne Hrasvelgr back to the skies above Zenith. I'm sure of it. This is your chance to climb to the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot on that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now, if it's all the same to you. Good luck, Kupo. It was nice knowing you. So, I am headed... Oh, sweet, okay. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. Look. It is an aether current thingy. Okay, so if we go into aether currents, I have found all but one. Nicely done, me. But I have hardly done any quests. I do have 2 in the waiting, though, so... And I'm pretty sure we still have quite a lot to do in this area. Mortals, why do you disturb my solitude?
Hraesvelgr.
Es in am Waymon
Thou speakest the name of a creature that but awaiteth the release of oblivion. Leave me.
By the 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Hraesvelgr, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth. The truth about your past. About Shiva.
Do not speak her name, mortal.
But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me.
Foolish girl, thinkest thou my beloved spirit has descended from the heavens? That the secrets of her heart are thine to know?
I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love? I am Shiva reborn!
Oh, you sweet summer child. Gullible fool. The light but illuminated the past for thee. It did not grant thee omniscience. The spirit thou hast summoned belongeth not to Shiva. 'Tis but a shade conjured by thine own fancy. In ages long past, mine own kin were guilty of a like folly. Beguiled by the Dark One's lies, they attempted to resurrect a king amongst worms. Yet the divinity they called forth merely borrowed the semblance of my fallen brood brother. Such gods are not summoned, but created. Phantoms spun from the threads of misplaced faith.
Then the spirit that answered me.
Was but the dream of Shiva. Thy soul hath been corrupted by a deity of thine own making, child.
Be that as it may, Lord Hraesvelgr, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far. We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
The tale of thy kind is one of avarice, treachery, and death, and thou wouldst speak to me of peace? Hark thee, mortal, to the naked truth. Then tell me if thou deservest forgiveness.
Teto hamafo, esk ein isor ul an, dran il esk afashi.
1,200 years ago, my beloved Shiva's sacrifice served to bring an end to the war twixt man and dragon, paving the way for an age of peace and cooperation.
Fia ein kinu, losken stari straridran, lar hesne schnell.
2 centuries of harmony were to follow, during which time the Elezen learned much about us, not least that the eye of a great worm is the wellspring of his strength.
Tohamafta, feskdu for one istrasi, on lis eshtaithon.
'Twas out of the selfish desire to possess this strength that King Thordon then did conspire to undo all that our people had achieved together.
Sai if in ned, or ratatoska, stray morning.
With the aid of his leal knights, that most noble of Elezen lured my brood sister Ratatoskr into an ambush, and took from her that which he craved.
Seski agman lisna, kasea, telened monikel, eskian, hesnesh
Fain would I strike the image from my mind, yet still the scene doth linger, of my brood sister's tattered corpse, defiled by her Elezen allies. They had torn out her eyes and feasted upon them in the manner of wild beasts. Yet that was not all, for from their bloody banquet the fiends had gained strength beyond that of mortal men. Even now, I labor to comprehend the enormity of their betrayal.
Sithmoni ratatoska nisheg ed, for always endar.
Nidhogg was the first to learn of the atrocity, and he took to the skies hungry for vengeance.
Kal Egmon Thorn en Yui, ale fe in Leita, war king Ushkin in.
But though he slew Thordan and some few of his knights, their fellow butchers knew only too well where to aim their spears. And with now practiced savagery, they set about my brood brother, sending him flailing from the field. Oh yeah, Hrasvelger's voice, if you just listen to the sound of it, is just so epic.
San es Shisnishka, Stadrana Moi.
Such is the truth the Holy See would keep hidden. Such was the beginning of the Dragon Song War.
Snodoan ki ulteda maas mornish.
'Tis a song my kind shall never forget, even should 10,000 years pass and Ishgard crumble to dust.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
Mixai eski listain, non miki hisikin, kua ala aim el.
What thou choosest to believe is immaterial. The betrayal that yet haunts mine every waking moment is no less than the truth to my kind.
Sai an usin hafa an thorn nizeg.
And Nidhogg meaneth for Thoradin's people to suffer for this sin till the end of days.
Non wo I alamon a. Skor esk nik I es. Nes soi an in, do in an, olodram.
That which thou imaginest as a war of extinction, 'tis but a punishment, a siege of the spirit. Hast thou not seen those who tire of the torment? Those who abandon their own and side with dragonkind?
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Sale, born I nesh iratatoska kin for elna. Si is nesh dokin an.
Know that all the traitor's progeny bear a trace of Ratatosker's essence, but a single sip of our blood is enough to awaken it.
Then, the seed lies within us.
Is ros esh idram. Oloson inizek. Non nish I esk diadran en. Wa ulwa skola es alakin el andranken. Mondo.
'Tis for this reason that those who abandon their loyalties are rewarded with a drink, and thus they are transformed to join the ranks of Nidhogg's ever-growing army as newborn dragons. One by one, through death or defection, my brood brother shall account for all of the betrayer's children.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment. But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain!
War ulmon ala an as grao.
There will always be some, of course, who choose to fight until the bitter end, like the Dragoon.
Kawol smain kol su thrahal seskmoni se an in kinizeg.
But struggle as thou might, thy youthful vigor will soon be spent ere thou reachest 210, and Nidhogg shall remain to torment thine offspring.
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance. An eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
It seems he's starting to believe the story that, dragons aren't the bad guys.
In ice in drago, ale inia in.
Thou hast the right of it, Dragon Slayer. Comprehend thou now the futility of thy quest?
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
Ja, lies oss an en la tu ole in an hes isu.
Stubborn child, thou thinkest in mortal terms. Our perception of time is too broad for thee to grasp.
Mic du set in sori, nosta no lis as dui fortha in.
'Tis a simple matter for thee to offer thine apologies. Thou didst not perpetuate the crime. Despite thy visions, the deeds of history seem distant to thee.
Een isi a ultran as nisek for. Een lai as nesh I an iratatoska.
For a worm such as Nidhogg, however, that history is yet part of his present, as fresh as the blood that did gush from Ratatosker's wounds. How could he not be driven mad?
Een sith som ishi eskfar ulgar los an.
'Tis only by the calming embrace of Shiva's soul that mine own fury hath not consumed me.
Snosk for an, non an lis I an. Skol ilens an. Skola.
But let us speak no more of what is done. My faith in your kind is spent, and I would be alone. Did Hraesvelgr lose his eye in the war too? Did he participate at the beginning? Because he's missing an eye, did you notice? Hraesvelgr was every bit as awe-inspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power. The will behind his words was so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongue. Just but a pity that I misliked what he said. So far did we travel. Oh my god! Oh, that's so cool! I'm sorry. I just saw I'm watching the chat on my iPad. And I just saw a notification pop up that I've got 20 followers now. That was my goal. I'm so excited. Like, yay! I hit a goal. That's so cool. Thank you so much. Maharik. Is that how you pronounce it? Thank you. I'm like so excited. So far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children. And far from mitigating this humiliation, the hidden truths that we have learned serve only to prove that our grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the very start. Nothing will deter Nidhogg from his course. Ooh, big upgrade on the pants. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been quite a while, and then with my main that I'm playing now, I burned through this so fast. There's chunks that I don't remember because I just pushed so hard to try and catch up with my friends. So this one, when I'm streaming it, I'm just taking my time and focusing only on the story, and I'm totally, it's like I'm playing it for the first time at times. It's so much fun.
Well, what do you propose we do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
What is there to be found in the east?
Nidhogg's lair, the Eyrie, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word, and aided you in this fool's errand with Hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
Yeah, but it takes 2 to start and 2 to... Well, it doesn't take 2 to start. But it does take 2 to stop a war. And Hraesvelgr just literally told us Nidhogg is never going to stop. That he is just as angry and hurt today as he was 1,000+ years ago when they first murdered the sister. There's no way he's gonna stop, so of course, if we want him to stop, we have to find another way to make him stop, which is unfortunate. Oh, yeah, I played it way back when, Stormblood? Was, level 70 was the highest you could go. And, then I stopped playing for anxiety reasons and stress and not great friend. And then a really great friend encouraged me to come back just this year. So I've only just started playing again in the last several months. And yeah, so I burnt through it as fast as I could to try and get caught up level-wise. And now I have to do it all, try and get caught up on the new expansion that just came out. Because I literally just got caught up and then the expansion came out. But I wanted to slow it down and just actually play the story and actually absorb it this time instead of rushing. So this has been really, really fun. And I'm streaming it because I wanted someone to listen to my commentary. Yeah, then Stormblood.
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
Yeah, I've cried so much already in parts that I absolutely forgot happened. And there's times where I get feelings of instinctual dread of, I remember that there was something bad that happened somewhere around here, but I don't remember what it was. And then when it finally hits me, it's like, oh God, it was this, wasn't it? And I'm just bawling. My husband keeps laughing at me. He's like, it's just a game. And I'm like, yeah, but no, Norexia! I'm still not over Norexia! Or Wilred! That just, he was a good kid, and I am so disappointed in Loricent. Is it Loricent? The spear guy that you catch as a whaler who was betrayed selling secrets to the Garleans, and then he turns himself in, and then he becomes a Crystal Brave, and he does it all over again. Did you learn nothing? So angry about that. And poor Wilred, he was such a good kid. God damn it. This story just really grabs you by the fucking heart and throat and just squeezes. I know, he's the type of person that really chambers or separates his feelings and stuff like that. So he can be sympathetic when I'm crying, but it means he isn't still going to be like, it's just, there, it's just a game. I don't get why you're upset, but you're upset, so there. Like, that's how he operates. I know! Like, when I first met the captain of the Crystal Braves, and I hate him so much I forgot his name already. That's how much I hate him. I don't even want to speak or remember his name. But when I first met him, I was like, oh, he seems like a pretty good guy. I think he's going to be a new favorite character, maybe even. And then he says all that stuff to the vice captain of the Flames about loyalty and all that stuff, and he's like, I ate dirt and I'm still here. Like, why can't you have that kind of loyalty? Why did you have to be so weak? It takes real strength, blah, blah, blah. And then he turns around and is the biggest betrayer of them all. And it's just like, you hypocritical, disgusting, lying, sneezy, sniveling piece of shit. Like, I am so just like, never want to see him again, ever, or I'm gonna scream in pure rage, because he was the Flame General's like best friend, and he cuts off his arm and betrays him and everything, and then tries to kill him with that stupid poisonous trap that we had to rescue the general from, and just like trying to justify everything. Well, I suffered and I got nothing for it. Not all of us can be like you, Mr. Rich General. And it's like, yeah, but do you have any idea how much he suffered to get there? He put his life on the literal line for other people's entertainment. It wasn't even to save lives or to protect somebody or to get vengeance. It was literally entertainment. He nearly died every day for entertainment until he became the top dog, and he earned that. Like, just, whiny, snivelly little bitch that just wants salvation handed to him on a platter, and then decides to be all entitled and bitter because he didn't get the lucky break. Like, ugh. You're here for my rage? Okay. Well, I hope you definitely enjoy, because...
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And if the tales are true, the Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe.
Oh, you! Oh, hi! Oh, you're a spam bot. Hi, spam bot. Oh, so it's, I've got the eye, and I've got the Warrior of Light. I didn't talk to her about it. I didn't ask her about it. I just assumed that she's totally gonna fight my fight for me and get the job done. 'Cause, hey, she's my killer in a pocket, right?
But such speculation is meaningless if we cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
No, not necessarily, sweetheart, but you also have to be willing to be vulnerable to someone who's your enemy in order to avert more death.
Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
That I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was, gone. All gone.
Yeah. When you finally get the wool pulled off your eyes, it's a bit blinding and painful at first, darling, but I'm very, very confident that you're a strong girl and you can find a new truth. A real truth.
Leave her. Your words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
Estinian is definitely a very decisive person. Oh, Ysael. What false god is this Shiva? What manner of phantom have I welcomed into my heart? Well, you welcomed your version of Shiva into your heart. Which isn't always a horrible thing. You just also have to accept that it's your version of Shiva. You know, that actually reminds me of a Star Trek episode. I was reading somebody's commentary on this very specific episode for a completely different reason. But it was the episode where Geordi LaForge creates a hologram of the inventor or the main architect of the Starship Enterprise, because they were having an issue with some sort of part of the design, and it required a very serious expert to be able to fix it, and they were billions of light years away from anybody, so he makes a hologram of this woman who had invented and created this ship, and together they troubleshoot it and figure it all out. Now, the person who was talking about AI bot girlfriends and how it was actually a really good analogy towards that because of the way that the hologram bonded with Geordi LaForge, because in a future episode he meets the real doctor scientist who made the ship, and she discovers the hologram and she's absolutely pissed and feels incredibly violated. Well, anyways, to get the political shit out of the way, what I'm trying to say is that Ysael summoning Shiva into her heart is kind of like that hologram. She created a version of Shiva based off of what she knew from the legends of her, which was literally practically nothing, and created her own image of Shiva. And so that is what faith is creating a being to believe in that fits your own image and ideals. And so that's what her Shiva is. But if she were to meet the real Shiva might be flattered and might be offended at how you perceive her. And yeah, I kind of don't know where I'm going with this anymore. It was just a random thought that popped into my head. How this was a lot like the hologram episode. Alright, guys. You want to make some trouble? Well, then let's make some trouble. I didn't type that right. That didn't work. Oh, that's so slow now. How are you doing on your level up? Oh, we're actually getting pretty close. Silver's doing such a good job. Okay, where am I going now? Oh, all the way over there. Well, then it would be best to do that. Right? Oh, there's another one right there, too. Maybe I'm picking the wrong one to follow. Shit. Let's see. Bathing bullies. Okay. And the worm's lair. And there's no flight path there. So I go... I would laugh if they named those the Albertosaurus. Which is a real dinosaur. And that is a real province. So it just makes me giggle. Let's get it on like Donkey Kong. There, timed it right that time. Okay. Somehow I get to go... I'm thinking... Oh, one more, huh? Let's see. Yep, this is a quest I need to accept. Whatever can be taken here so long, Kupo? My replacement... Oh, whatever can be taking her so long. My replacement should have been here already, but I don't see her anywhere. I'm so hungry. I wager she went home on account of those troublesome tool ads that are flapping about. If you slay 4 of them, that should secure a safe path, giving my replacement no excuse. Oh, you little... I was in the middle of a conversation. That was very rude interrupting me like that. There. Let's try that again. If you slay 4 of them, that should secure a safe path, giving my replacement no excuse. Please, my stomach begs you, Kupo! Sure, fair enough.
Is that it?
Aye, that would be the Eyrie. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye, his caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. 'Twould seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
I have a feeling we're going to be calling Sid.
A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the Primal Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated.
Called it!
Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
Oh, Sid! I'm on yet another suicidal mission and I need you to break through the unbreakable barrier. A force of sufficient power to break through a primal's defenses might conceivably grant us access to the Eyrie. And I can offer no better solution. Pray consult this engineer friend of yours. Very well, on the condition that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal all the glory for myself, you mean? Nay, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by link pearl when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth from Ishgard together. I suggest we rendezvous back at St. Raynet's Forum. Dahala, from what I gleaned from the Holy Sea's decidedly ambitious airship project, Sid will still be in Ishgard. How convenient. Okay. Where are we teleporting to? When last you saw Master Garland, he was advising the Ishgardians on their ailing airship, correct? In that case, he might still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing, or maybe even the Skysteel manufactory. But let us not waste time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city is sure to know where to find him. The question is who? Sir Emmerich would seem the obvious choice, but there's no guaranteeing he will be able to grant us an audience in such short notice. Oh, I've got it! Count Edmont's youngest son prides himself on knowing all of the Holy See's juiciest rumors. Let's return to the manor and see if Lord Emimelian is about. Well then why did we come all the way over here? Like, hello? Welcome, Mistress Silverlight. Shall I show you inside the manor? Ah, the hero returns! How goes the fight, old girl? Well, I trust? Hmm? In search of a Sid Garland, you say? Well, then say no more. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of a silver-haired genius has cropped up more often than most. I hear he's been tasked with getting that monstrous airship the Holy See commissioned to actually fly. It would seem the project has been plagued with mishaps from the first. In any case, Garland Ironwork employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager their master does too. The airship landing? Yes, I thought as much. Come, Dahala. We must find Sid and trouble him for his expert opinion. Hey, Sid, I know you're in the middle of a really important, high-paying, high-profile job, but totally ditch work and come play with me and go on a suicidal mission to kill a giant worm dragon. Perfect logic, right? That one might be a Aetheryte quest, not sure. Where am I going? Okay, not that one. I am very confused for some reason, and I don't know why it's so confusing. I can't see where the airship landing is, apparently. Oh, because it isn't labeled airship landing. That would explain everything. Sid! Dahala! Alphino! How fares you both? Not terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I'm sure it will come as little surprise when I tell you we have need of a favor. Another wind barrier? And you say it was conjured by Nidhogg? The Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but she would not fare well against dragons. She's agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravanians would fly rings around her. And if they took it into their heads to incinerate the rigging, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. But there must be something we can do, some manner of weapon we could employ. Estinian stands vigil at the end of the churning mist, but we do not know how much longer. All right. I didn't say it was impossible. I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We just need a smaller boat. Biggs! Wedge! It's time we gave that new toy of yours a proper field test. Yeah! I'm gonna get a new toy. It's probably best if I let the lad show you. Come on, the manufactory's not that far. Alright, now where am I going? I am not seeing any markers, so let's try in here. Back to the foundation. Aha. Do I go up or down? I think I go up. Our little project's just inside. Oh, you're gonna love this one.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
Oh, she's
After
a
you
beauty.
put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit, and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco.
Impressive little thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them.
Your talent period has rubbed off on them. Oh, the pride.
They've
Oh,
adapted
that
the
Papa
principles of
pride.
corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
And that's how you know how much of a proud papa he is.
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
The energy conversion ratio's bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, lots of places you can't.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off. If you'll forgive the pun.
Love the pun.
Tataru, what's happened?
I've been looking all over for you. There's been word from Aldar. It's about Her Grace the Sultana.
We don't have time to go.
It seems you're required elsewhere. Leave the mana cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds.
Thanks, Sid.
You, meanwhile, should concentrate on providing Raoban and the Sultana whatever help they need.
Well, I suppose, but I mean, isn't it really important right now to be... I guess this can wait. Okay. Fair enough. Ship isn't ready anyways. We've spent a lot of time, you know, not getting shit done. I still like that one better. Thank you. But we'll put on the new legs. I'm starting to look pretty cool. General Raban says that they may have uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts. And he wants you, by which I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Come, Dahala. Pressing though Ishgard's plight may be, our presence here will not serve to hasten the Mana Cutter's completion. Let us return to the troubled lands of Thanalan and lend the aid where we can. Tataru, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Astinian. Tell him we have identified a solution to our problem, but that it will take some time to prepare. As you wish, Master Alphonse. To the waking sands, warrior of light. 'Tis past time Ul'dah was delivered from this darkness. Oh, I hope I actually get to see her and this isn't just a little time-wasting quest, and I actually get to go see her. I have been like... I cried so hard, I thought I killed her, or I thought she died. When Robon was crying, I was just wailing. My husband was looking at me funny. You know, I should probably repair. I keep forgetting to do this. Well, it's also because not very much of my stuff gets damaged, it seems. I guess I haven't been doing enough fighting. Still feels weird running past that table and not seeing Tataru.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, he looks so much better. He still looks pretty beat up, but
No
he looks
thanks are
so much
necessary,
better.
General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
I cannot complain. Thanks to Higiri and her ministrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment.
Clever way to cover up the missing arm.
I gather you have made progress in the search for Her Grace.
Aye, some good fortune at last. A few days past, Dahala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
With Papa Shan's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery. There, I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
It lends some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady-in-waiting, Muriel.
That's true. She is the
We
one that
sent for
served the
you
wine.
as soon as we learned of her location. All that remains is to apprehend the woman.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands.
Oh, that's a fight they're gonna get. Them greedy
We must be
fucking-
prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, Warrior of Light? Will you lend me yours?
Hell yeah, we're getting the Sultana back!
Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way.
You
Come, my
best.
friend. For Nanamo, and for Ul'dah!
Yeah, for Nanamo. Our target is Muriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting, a woman of Midland heritage. I am told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident and quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's residents and confirming that Mariel is still in hiding there. When I get my hands on Lolorito, that man is going to wish his grandfather was never born. Teleji Adeleji got exactly what he deserved. Oh, no, I can't go to the Silver Bazaar that way. Okay. And Lolorito deserves it too. He needs it. He needs a good, old, head caved in. Oh right, I can fly out here. But yeah. I totally am aggressive. If you do something really bad and I fully agree and believe with my whole heart that you need a smacking, I'm coming for you. Do I know of any returning residents? Gods, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear of this. That doesn't sound ominous at all. My masters. Oh, this could be why I don't have the thingy. There. Wonder if I'll ever actually use that. And what brings you to our lonely little hamlet? I believe the arrival of your entourage just about doubled our population. Looking for Mariel, you say? If you're hoping to lure her back to Ul'dah, you may as well give up now. The girl's done with city life. But she's here, and that's what matters. You're a Reaper main? That's one of the new jobs. I've actually never really seen it in action very much. Wait, no, have I? I think I ran a dungeon with a Reaper. But I don't really... I was too busy tanking, so I didn't really get to see any of their cool tricks. Mariel? Aye, she's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. Huh? It's the one closest to the market entrance. Well, thank you. You gave me the most important and most helpful information of all, kid. You love it? Well, I mean, it's good that you love it. Let's see. They said the first house by the market. So, like, this one? I have a feeling it's this one, though, because that's the one they're standing in front of. So I'm going to try this one first. No. Keep those filthy gropers off the merchandise heap. You rude little... Fine, I don't want to be in your store anyway. Oh. Well, I do have a scythe. It's one of those little hand ones for cutting grass. I use it to cut the grass around my rose bushes. I have sliced my fingers up about 3 or 4 times. Serious enough that I have scars, but not serious enough I needed stitches about 4 or 5 times. But, that sucker's sharp. It's very helpful with grass, especially when you're trying to trim around areas that you don't want to cut everything. I'm not sure I'm very handy with a scythe since it took me so long to figure out how to use it without cutting myself. I'd probably end up taking out my own leg. Looks like my initial guess was right, and it's this house that I didn't go to, that I thought it was. Possible. I'm planning on doing everything. Oh, there. Yep, there we go. I was totally right and totally ignored my own intuition, and it's my own fault. I'm planning on getting as far as I can with Paladin first, so basically get to max level on Paladin first and then go to another tanking job and try that one and level up that one until I get that one maxed out. I'm going to do all that first and then try other classes, mostly because I just want to stay focused on the main storyline quest and only do the side quests that unlock flying to make further main storyline quest easier in the future. And that's pretty much the rule that I set, that I'm not doing any side quests. As little as possible, I'm doing side quests. So I won't be picking up any of the side job quests until I actually max out Paladin, and then I'll be taking one that's a tank. And I don't think Reaper is tank, is it? No, it's a DPS. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. But it will be something I'll try in the future, and I might even just start over the main storyline with a new character that's all melee DPS, just to do the same kind of thing in the future, maybe, but... Warrior's fun? I'll probably try that one next then, because I think that one's one of the other starter jobs that you could do. Right? Because... yeah, I think it's Marauder becomes Warrior, and then Dark Knight, I think... oh, look, it's another bot. Hello, another bot. And then Dark Knight, I think, came out in the expansion I'm currently in. I think I saw the quest for that, because there was a quest I saw in Ishgard that said a dark something something. And then Gunbreaker, I don't know anything about that one at all. Oh, that'll be handy. I like being a tank that's, you know, not a problem.
You are Meriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me. General Alden!
Normally that door slam would be considered incredibly hot, but I'm pretty sure Meryl is just absolutely terrified right now. Book talk? Here is your sexy man, General Raubon. I thought Paladin would have a lot of good self-healing. In World of Warcraft, I used to tank as a Paladin. And I was, especially when I mained her for a while, was during Wrath of the Lich King, and it was peak invincibility. I could literally just throw down my Consecrate and AoE tank mounds. Like, I used to farm mobs so easy just by tanking like that. And so when I'm playing the Paladin now, I'm like, I'm already this level and I still don't have a self-heal. What? How do you be a paladin and not have a self-heal? Paladins are all about the fact that they are a warrior priest, had a baby hybrid. They're supposed to heal and be a badass tank. And I'm like, where's my healing? I was very, very confused. Want to say that again?
We will have the truth from you, girl.
Oh my god. I'll have to try that out. That'll be exciting. It's very confusing that Warrior has all the self-healing and not Paladin, though.
Mayhap it would be better coming from me.
Oh, there's the little fucker!
Lolorito, you'd best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity Omega. When he learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions. I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn. A new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim. 'Twas plain that Teleji's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them. So I decided to usurp his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
I'd have liked you better if you'd have gone about it a very, very different way.
And what of Nanamo?
Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Mariel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison. You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan.
Don't insult me by calling him a friend. Ever. Ever again.
I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Teleji. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
Not good enough, because you're still alive. I'm still, like, no. Why the hell did you go about that way of doing it? That was just so unnecessarily, destructively heartbreaking. Like, do you not understand the trauma you gave me? I hate you more than Teleji because you could have been better.
You conniving little worm! You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve!
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Braves' initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution. Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Alamigo from the grasp of the Empire.
Well, that's his home. Now
Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things. What was it he
Lolorito,
always
you're
compared
walking
you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed.
Lolorito, you are not making it easier for me to not kill you. You are just really, really, really wearing down the chain that's keeping me in check. You're just so unapologetic for all the horrific things you've just done, and you're adding salt to the wound by mocking the man who was betrayed by his best friend, had his arm cut off by his best friend, almost murdered by his best friend. And you're just like, oh, it was so silly. We called you a lapdog. Fuck you!
Alas, Ilbird's entertaining little outbursts eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended. Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive. And preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger?
The hells we will! Do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done? You're guilty of high treason!
Stay your blade, Master Alden. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Teleji Adeleji without trial? Though you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana, such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law. If you would, Lord Lolorito?
This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation.
You could have undone all of this a hell of a long time ago. You could have done this in so many different ways so that nobody had to endure what we went through. I lost all my friends. They're all gone. I don't know where they are. I don't even know if they're alive. And you're just like, oh, here, wake up the Sultana you thought was dead because I didn't really kill her. I just pretended to, so that all of you could go to jail and be destroyed and possibly killed. And hey, if you survive, well, I gave you the potion to bring her back, so you can't be mad at me now, can you? Did you know there are about 206 or 209 bones in the human body? And about half of those bones exist entirely in your hands and feet alone. If I wanted to destroy about 1/4 of the bones in your body, all I have to do is stomp my foot really, really hard. And I would happily do that for you.
You will find Her Grace resting comfortably within her private chambers. Should you doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage.
You still don't sound sorry at all.
I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude.
Rauban Aldin, you are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. The citizens of Ul'dah shall once more be united under Nanamo Ul'Namo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity.
Why the 12? I feared Lord Lolorito's arrival would herald another bloodbath. Little did I suspect that he, of all people, would gift us the means to rouse the Sultana. Shall we also make our way to Ul'dah? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us. Yeah, I can imagine he would be. Whoa. I will never forgive Lolorito. Never. I have a feeling I'm going to cry soon. Flame General Raubon mentioned you might be coming. Please, this way if you will. How awful if he... Oh, thank God. For a second there, I'm like, she's not waking up. How awful would it be if what actually kills her is the thing he gave Raubon to give to her? That would be the most evil thing in the world. Thank God. Only I'm that evil on the inside.
I was having the longest dream.
"'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands.
Yep, I knew it.
Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she's none the worse for her slumber. I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Ul'dah into the hands of its citizens. Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. And we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition. 'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Oh, wait, I have it. The Agrias. Yes, well, 'twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords and ladies, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Teleji Adeleji and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more.
Oh, it's so convenient to put all of that on Teleji Adeleji. So convenient for you.
"'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same. I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves. Among the recruits, there were those who supported our Order's goals and convictions with all sincerity.
There really
'Tis
were.
my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely. Ah, my all-conquering Crystal Braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified Grand Company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low. I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption. As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause. Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more.
We never stopped looking, Alphino. Tataru has been looking and looking and looking for us.
The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alphino, proud member of the Scions.
It did kind of confuse me why we would have the Crystal Braves as a separate army from the Scions instead of just having an army within the Scions. I blush to speak thus of mine inner turmoil. But the fact remains, there is no woman alive in whom I would rather confide. Were it not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pall of my despair. But it was all Chiffant that actually lifted your spirits up and gave you hope again. Him and Tataru, not me. Honestly, you should give the credit where it's really due. Oshafont. He is a shining example. Still no word from Master Garland. I hope this mana cutter of theirs is nearing completion. Welcome, Bot. I am assured that her grace will make a full recovery. Aye, and Ul'dah too shall flourish once more. General Raban and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. Lady Yugiri, a question, if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves. Might you know how things stand at the Rising Stones? Ah, yes, of course. You will be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned of Captain Ilbert's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are those worn by soldiers loyal to you, Master Alphinaud. To me? I see. I am grateful to hear that at least some of our members were true to their oath. Ere we return to Ishgard, I must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for their service. It shall be my final act as a Crystal Brave commander. Will you join me, Dahala? You were there at the company's inception. 'Tis only fitting that you be present at its end. And I would appreciate the support. Well, if we've already weeded out all the traitors, and only those loyal to us remain, why not continue the Crystal Braves now as we intended them to be? Because now all that's left are those that intended to be what we wanted to originally be. And we can slowly and steadily build from there, that way we're less likely to have anything of the sort happen again. And Alphinaud's learned so much and grown so much that he would actually be a pretty good leader now. He isn't some bossy, arrogant kid anymore. He's really grown up. I mean, he's still a kid, and he's still at times very naive and cute, which, hey, he's 16, he's allowed to be. But he's also matured and grown up. He's no longer pretentious and assuming and just commanding and bossy. He doesn't even have that much of the sophisticated, poshy, snotty tone that he had at the beginning. So, like, don't disband them. Now's the time to actually go, okay, now we have the real Crystal Braves. These people stayed because they actually believe in this mission, so let's build from this. But, I mean, if this is what you think is best, Alphinaud, I guess. Well, I mean, it's your Crystal Braves. You could do whatever the hell you want, but still, I don't think you should disband them. I think you should keep it. Riol's alive, thank God! Commander, you're alive! Oh, Elaine, she was the one who was supposed to meet me right before I went and saw the Sultana. But she was never there, and Lorient was. And the one with the braids in the back, she's the one was traveling with that elderly gentleman that she wanted him to retire before she joined us. And there's Riol, and I remember this kid's face too, but I can't remember where we met him. I don't remember this guy, but he looks pretty badass. Ah, Dahala too! I knew you'd scrape through. My splendid Crystal Braves, I have wronged you, all of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. Bah, you'll not hear us complaining. 'Twas a slight messier than expected, aye, but we was still fighting for the freedom of all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates? Aye! You humble me. I am truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It is with the most profound regret, then, that I must... That's enough of that, Commander. We know what ye have mind to say, and we ain't having none of it. We talked it over, see? And we all agreed we can take our uniforms, and you can strip us of our ranks, but we won't be no less of any company. But the Crystal Braves... The Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind us to each other, and to you. Commander, Alphinaud, our minds are made up, so you might as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions. Let us help you find Minfilia and the others. My friends, after all that has happened, I know not what to say. Yes, I love this crew too. And I'm glad that they didn't let him be like, nope, we're not the Crystal Braves anymore, and we'll go our separate ways. They're like, nah, you ain't getting rid of us. We're here for good, mister, and you can't stop it. And that's exactly what he needs right now. Pray excuse me, I had thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the consistency of his comrades. Maybe I am the exception which proves the rule. Nay, do not protest. I know that I am not worthy of their loyalty, Dahala. But as Thaliak is my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. I must speak of future plans with the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing Scions will need to be shared with our allies across the realm. Specifically Urianger at the Waking Sands and Tartaru and Ishgard. While we are organizing our various channels of communication, I would ask that you call upon Master Garland at the manufactory. I will join you in Ishgard as soon as I am able. Ugh. I think I need to go to Foundation, that's it. My brain went, where am I going again? I really wish Wilred could have been there. Because he would have. Dahala! How in the seven hells do you do it? I was just about to send for you. We have but moments completed the Mana Cutter's first successful test flight. A few minor adjustments, and she'll be ready to go. While we see to the finishing touches, you might want to pay a visit to the Fortom Manor. A dragoon by the name of Estinian was looking for you. Did you get impatient, Estinian? Or is there something very important that just happened? Yes, I would like inside. Estinian. Hey, man. You have fulfilled your obligation to the old Dons, then? Mistress Totteru has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned that these mana cutters of Master Garland's were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the midst. For the present, Nidhogg seems content to remain in the Eyrie, plotting his revenge. Might this not be an apt moment to unfold our plan to Sir Emeric? I think we have kept him in the dark long enough. Yeah, I suppose it is fair that we go tell the guy that, you know, put his reputation on the line for us to hold off a, what was it, an advance attack? That we, you know, tell him what he was putting his reputation on the line for. Sir Emeric has been eager to speak with you. Pray proceed.
All stands ready, Lord Commander.
Ah, the moment has come then.
Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the mana cutters. The engineers assure me that they're ready.
The Eyrie is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point. Were it not for Master Alphino's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Isa taught us much.
You took an unimaginable risk. I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
Aye. 'Tis true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. But 'twas through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with Hraesvelgr.
A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall.
In this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tiaman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanians would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't be enough.
Thus you believe an assault upon the area represents the city's best chance of survival. Is that not so, Estinian?
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary. But with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source. Victory will be hard won, even so. And I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light at my side.
You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these mana cutters to be had, yes?
Lord Commander, no!
How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city.
I really, really love Emeric. Everything about him is just... He's so honest and humble and considerate and empathetic and loyal and dedicated and brave and hardworking. And his voice... and his beautiful eyes.
Pray leave the slaying of dragons to dragoons, Sir Knight. Your duty to command the city's defense is no less vital. Should we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who then will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy Sea's zealots?
There are others.
Not as good as you.
Who but you has the authority and the standing to orchestrate a city-wide defense? I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander.
I hate how logical he is.
What? You too, Master Alphino? By the Fury! You have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills.
Oh. Oh.
Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain then and cheer you from afar.
Well, my friend, it would seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we too.
Yeah. I didn't want to agree with you, but yeah. I have pricked Master Alphinaud's pride, I fear. But had I been less forceful, the boy would have insisted on accompanying us to the Eyrie. Do not think me blind to his talent. With a few more campaigns under his belt, I have no doubt that Alphinaud would make a fine field commander. But one does not practice with an adversary such as Nidhogg. We shall be hard-pressed enough without the added worry of carrying a novice. Yes, I know, it's brutal, but it's true. And I've leveled up. Ooh, I get the mana cutter key, so we get another mount to play with, and I get an Aether card. We have tarried long enough. Let us call upon Master Garland and take possession of the mana cutters. Here. Down here? It would seem so. But at the same time, no. There's a way down. No, it's gotta be around. But around where? Behind the building, maybe? If I go up this way and around? No. I am blind and stupid and do not know where I'm going. I am very sorry. I'm lost. Okay. Maybe I go straight instead of in that side door? Is that what I'm totally missing out on? Yes, that is literally what I... Oh my god. Literally what I'm missing. Old friend, the cutters are ready when you are. The finer adjustments cost us a few sleepless nights, but we got there in the end. Which means you can get where you need to go. I tell you, these little beauties will tear through the wind barrier like it's a cement drill through cottage cheese. And that, my friends, is a Garland Ironworks guarantee. You have our thanks. Come, Warrior of Light, the dread worm awaits. The Airy, now accessible. Oh, it's a dungeon. Oh boy. Oh, but I can do it with NPCs, thank God. Estinians coming! Yay! Alright. Wicked mortals, I shall melt your bones and turn your flesh to ash! I still get nervous every time I go to tank a dungeon. I'm like, this is an important job, and I don't know what I'm doing. Why the fuck did I do this?
God is down. Hidden treasure chest, maybe? No. Boo.
boss fight.
Your guard is down.
Ouch. Pretty sure I wasn't standing in anything, but holy shit.
Your guard is down. Know your folly.
Wow, they killed that ad so fast I didn't even realize there was an ad.
Your guard is down.
Woo! Okay. I need to remember to breathe while I'm doing this. Oh, I keep holding my breath. Healing and maiming, huh? No upgrades. That's not a good sign, right? Am I supposed to go down? I guess so? Okay. We went down. Now what? Oh. Spiders? A terrible dragon appears before you. Oh, fun. Whoop, run out of the... Don't stand in fire. This way? Ooh, a treasure closet. Clear prisms. Okay. Well, works. toys for me? I promise I won't break them this time! If that doesn't trigger you, you didn't play WoW at the best time. Yes! No fireball for you. Gladiator is with me. He's pretty badass. Okay. Yep, this is the way to go. Ooh, another treasure coffer. No. Stop it.
Taste my lungs!
Orthodox choker offending. Now that actually might be an upgrade. Yes, it is. Okay. Fine, I'll give in and wear the shield that you keep telling me, even though it really isn't an upgrade stats-wise or item level-wise, but for some reason it keeps insisting that I should use this shield instead of my other shield. Actually, you know what? No. I really genuinely believe that this shield is the better stats. Because if you compare... Look, see? It goes down in blocking strength and blocking rate. The strength goes down. You gain determination but lose direct hit. You lose 1 point of vitality, but gain and stay the same on tenacity. So I think this one is better. Genuinely believe. But maybe I just don't understand how stats are supposed to work.
I will end your struggles!
Flammable gas, huh? Get out of it, and I think stay out of them circles. Yep. I'm a genius! Cannot interrupt that. Okay. I can interrupt. Nope, can't interrupt that either. Ooh, safe spot is hard to find. Safe spot, don't abandon me. Whoop, okay, stay out. Now jump in. And get really huggy with it. Na 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 na. Silence? No. Stun? No. Okay, safe spot, safe spot, safe spot. actually... Oh, it did! Okay, I would have laughed if that hit had actually killed him, but then I did it again and killed him anyway. Like, wow. Stop giving me healing gear! That doesn't help me as a paladin!
Your guard is down. Know your folly.
Hey, do Lancers evolve to Dragoons? I've never played a Lancer, so I've absolutely no idea, but that's the only thing I can think of, because how else would they have... Like, do players get to be Dragoons if they level up Lancer far enough? That would be, like, so cool. Right, that wasn't a boss fight. Why am I looking for a treasure chest like there's a boss fight? I just brain farted so hard. I'm like, where's my treasure chest? Oh, I see what the watch out was about. Yep. Come on. If it's just you, we might as well keep going and see if we can find another. Well, hello. And there's a chest over here, so let's go stand here, start thinking about it. Wow, he dropped fast. Orthodox bracers of slave. Oh, there's another one, like, right there. But it gave me healing gear. Is this another... Not another boss fight yet. But I have a bad feeling. Where's these other reverns? Whoa, what the?
Your guard is down.
Oh dear God, that's a lot of guys. Whoa. Is that all of it? Okay, I knew I had a bad feeling for a reason. I have a feeling I'm not gonna like this boss fight. Okay, let's try. Tremble at your fury. I would make a warrior joke, but I'm a paladin, so... I'm going to be playing musical chairs a lot with the floor. I don't think I want to stand in that. I was right. I didn't want to stand in that. Oh, that's not good. Oh! Over here. Okay, that didn't interrupt. That didn't interrupt. That didn't interrupt. Okay, cannot interrupt. Oh, shit! Standing stupid. Come on, guys. Dude, you have no idea. Okay, no, you do know what rage is, but I'm about to give you some of mine. Oh, I can't even use my clemency because it's too high a level for this dungeon. Face the fury of those who don't want to die. Oh shit. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, guys. I should have been over there helping support that. Holy shit! I wasn't even watching his health, I was freaking out so bad. We did it! Woo! Okay. Oh, too far away. Geology horn. Oh, I can't use that. Bracelet of Slaying and the Hairpin of... Okay, the Hairpin of Fending, yay. Bracelet of Slaying. And then we fix this. Oh shit, nope. There. Oh, you can actually see it too. Look, you can finally see my headpiece. Yay, I look so pretty. Good job, gang. We kicked ass. Okay, but we didn't kill him. He fled. Thou wouldst use my own eye against me? Time has done naught to dilute thy kind's depravity. I have not forgotten thee, Dragoon. Mine essence claimed thee once, and shall do so again.
No, Worm! This ends here!
That sounded gory. What? Wait a second. Why is that one yellow?
You gifted my people 1,000 years of suffering. Now I gift you an eternity in darkness.
I don't think that's Nidhogg's eye. If it is, then whose eye were you holding on to all this time? Because they don't match. Did you notice that? Like, the one that he's been pulling out and using all this time is red, but the one that he was just holding was yellow. There are two.
They are ours, Lord Eldrath. The eyes of Nidhogg.
eyes of Nidhogg.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain. We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
Did you not expect any kind of reprisal? You literally tricked someone who trusted you, savagely attacked and brutally murdered them, and then mutilated their body to steal their eyes and feast on them for your power. And you did not expect other dragon kind to be like, hey dude, that wasn't cool, fuck you? How stupid are you?
But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the only great worm left in Dravania, and he dares not leave his lair. With Nidhogg's eyes in your possession, who now can challenge the might of Ishgard, ascend the throne, and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people?
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting. As one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
Well, at least one of you is feeling a little sorry for the awful things you did.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
Fuck the royal line. If it wasn't for the royal line, this would never have happened.
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
You all have brains and can think for yourself.
I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown. Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Well, now we know where the great houses came from. But I'm pretty sure somebody mentioned that beforehand.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldreth, and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Ah, which is why there's only 4 houses, but there were 12 knights.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
You're not even gonna give the poor guy a name?
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal, and take up an honest trade. Mayhap I shall serve ale instead of sharpened steel.
The guy, And the word escapes me. Innkeep, not innkeep, tavern keep, that of the tavern where Tataru keeps going. He looks a lot like that guy. And then there were 4.
We 4 then.
Forton, Heilenat, Direndare, and Zemail. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And what of the throne?
We keep it empty. Until the day a king rises once more, we must assume the role of stewards. We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here, upon the battlefield.
And this is how you know these guys aren't sorry. If they had ever spoken the truth, and had the people defend... Oh, but if they did tell the truth, then nobody would follow them. Which means... Nope, I still think they should have told the truth. And let the people decide for themselves if they wanted to follow them or not. Yep, they definitely should have. I personally believe they should have, not hidden the truth. Because if you're not ashamed of what you did, then why should you keep it secret?
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded?
You have borne witness to history. To the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted. And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat. Thus, did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon. A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt, save on one point. If Haldrath took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull? Beneath every answer we unearth, another question lies buried.
Hrasvilgur has a yellow eye, and he's missing an eye.
"'Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side. I would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph. But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr.
Aha,
There are
you thought
parts
the
of
same
this
thing I
tale
did.
that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore.
Well, he has said himself that the only thing that is keeping him from diving in and joining them and joining Nidhogg in this revenge is Shiva and her soul that is merged with his. Because he even said the only thing that's holding back his rage is Shiva's soothing soul bound to his. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't angry, that he wasn't rage-filled, and he doesn't grieve the loss of his sister, whom they murdered. And just like Nidhogg, for him it would be as if it was just yesterday that she died. So he gave Nidhogg his eye as his way of supporting the revenge, even though at the same time he didn't want to fight because they were Shiva's people. That's my theory. Though Nidhogg is fallen, my heart is yet heavy. And this stain of corruption pleases me not. When all has been put to rest, I must needs forge my armor anew. Okay, so we now have the mana cutter. With Nidhogg fallen, none same Hraesvelgr remains to answer our questions. Let us trouble the worm again. And if Iceheart yet still lingers at Zenith, all the better. I would have her hear the truth from the dragon's maw. While I'm here, let's kill a couple of these guys and get this little side quest done while we're right here. That is not one of my quest guys. That is a big scary guy, not a quest guy. Okay. I'm going to run up behind you. I'm going to ignore that big guy. I just needed to kill 4 of them, so one more. Here we go. This is going to take a little bit, because I'm... At least I can use that. Alright, that's that quest done. Let's go hand that in real quick. Then go to Zenith. Thank you! Now that the Thule hands are out of the way, it's only a matter of time before my replacement gets here. I'm about to pass out from hunger. So I think I'll go ahead. What could go wrong, Kupo? Everything. But it won't be my problem. Let's see. We need to go there. And it looks like there's a side quest over here too, so let's go grab that real quick because we do want flight. Flying is awesome. Mondering Muga. Hello. Yep, see? And, oh, earrings, okay. Hide and seek seemed like a fun game at first, but I had no idea everyone would be so good at it. Now I just want to go home. Could you find the other 3 Moogles and tell them it's time to leave, Kupo? Oh god. Okay, so let's use our ears and listen. I think I just saw a pink palm just over there. Yeah. Here we go. Come here, you. Emasculated Moogle? Oh, poor fellow. I fell asleep in my hiding place. I think I'll return to my comfy bed. Okay, good for you. Good idea, good idea. And I see the other one just over there. Perfect! This is gonna be nice and easy. I can't believe you found me! I'll find an even better hiding spot next time, Kupo! How could he not see him? I spotted you, literally you, from over there. From right there. I could see you and the guy up there. That is just ridiculous! Alright, how the hell am I gonna get up to this little shit? Oh, no, probably not this way. Okay. Let's try... a more roundabout path? Wow, this is turning into a really roundabout path. Dear God, it's a really roundabout path. Come on! There we go. You actually found me! Aw! Well, I suppose it's time to go home, Kupo! Well, duh. Alright, that gets us a couple of marks towards our flight. Unbelievable! You found all the Moogles! Finally, we can go home! I've never seen such skillful seeking in my life, Kupo! Sorry to make you find everyone. We usually don't hide this well. You'll be the first we invite to our next game. Thanks? Alright, let's get on a mount so we can go fast. And Yazel is still here. 'Twas you, was it not? The furious screams of the dragons carried far. You have slain Nidhogg. What more could you desire from this place? Will you not allow Hresvelgar to mourn the death of his kin in peace? Spare us your sanctimonious judgment, Ice Maiden. We have a gift for the Great Worm, and a mystery that can no longer lie buried. Lady Iceheart, the Dragon Song War has all but consumed your life and claimed many of your followers. 'Tis time you learned the truth of its beginning, the whole truth, that we may at last bring this bitter conflict to an end. Sound the horn, Warrior of Light.
Silene
not a new wrong. Okay. So, 1,000 years ago, a greedy piece of shit did a disgusting, horrible, horrible thing. And his knights who survived the revenge from Nidhogg chose to keep it a secret. All of that, absolutely agree. Disgusting, immoral, and wrong. But if the only way to put an end to continuous, endless suffering and bloodshed is to kill the one being that keeps pushing for the war to continue, then that isn't an old wrong. That is, unfortunately, the solution to the problem. Yes, he wasn't going to do a war of extinction. He wasn't aiming for genocide. He was aiming for make you guys suffer for the rest of your existence as a species, and the only way to end that suffering is to join my side of the war and become one of my people. Join me or suffer. Those were the only options. Do we need to go through several thousands of more generations and years of this very pointless war at this point? Because nobody even knows why. If you wanted them to truly repent and suffer, then they should know the truth. You should have been telling your heretics the truth and having the heretics create literature to share with the citizens that you were punishing, so they would know why they're being punished, and then have to struggle with the moral dilemma of, do I keep fighting for my survival or do I join the dragons because it's pointless? We're the bad guys, so why don't we join the dragons? You would have had so many more join you because they would have been motivated to thinking they were now on the side of the morally correct. But you kept them in the dark so that only you knew the truth. And therefore your punishment is pointless because you're only ever going to be seen throughout the entirety of history as a horrible villain. But if the people had known from the very beginning what exactly had happened, and it became a part of their history and understanding, so many more would have abandoned their own people to join the heretics, not because they were tired of war, but because they morally believed it was the right thing to do. And killing Nidhogg to put an end to that. And now knowing the truth and still making the choice to kill Nidhogg is, I think, is the only choice, because Nidhogg was never going to stop. And the people, to you, deserve that punishment because they are the offspring of the people that hurt you, because you remember it as if it was the yesterday. But they don't even know. So of course, the only option is to stop Nidhogg from continuing to push the other dragons into war. And bring about peace by now knowing the truth, going, we are truly, truly sorry and want to do everything to make amends. As a people, knowing the truth. And Nidhogg was never going to accept that, even if all of them came and bowed to him as an entire country. He would never have accepted that. He would only continue to kill. And it's pointless. Because it's not making the pain go away any less or any more than if you forgave. Or if you just let go and moved on and accepted that the monsters that did it are dead and gone, and the people left behind at this point are innocent. And I know that as a white woman saying that, anybody of a minority is going to look at me and go, well, you're white, you have privilege, you don't know what it's like. And I don't. I don't know what it's like to continue to be treated cruelly and have prejudice, other than the fact that I'm a woman. But it's not nearly as bad as, say, a woman of color. They also get prejudiced against because of their color and not just their gender. Anyways, that's way too political for this. Point being, I genuinely believe that instead of saying, you need to be punished because your ancestors did this. Instead, you should be going along the lines of, this is the history, and you need to accept the truth of that history. But I also understand that you are not the person that did this. So instead, I'm going to ask you to do better and be better so that this kind of disgusting thing never happens. But continuously screaming at white people, you were the makers of slavery. Yeah, we get that. We know that. I absolutely know that. That the white people are the perpetrators of the slavery that happened in America. And there's a lot of things that you can say. Well, black people were selling black people. Because of tribal wars, they would capture their enemies and sell them to the white man and put them into slavery. And slavery existed eons before America was even discovered by the white man, where the predominantly worst records of slavery are, right? But if we just look at objectively, what happened in America was perpetrated by white people to make an entire race of people subservient to them, and they did not treat them like human beings. They treated them even worse than they treat their own animals. I acknowledge that and I accept that. But screaming at me about that isn't going to make it stop or change. But instead, holding me accountable not for the slavery that my ancestors did, but for the brutal discrimination that currently is going on. Hold me accountable for that. White people are still systemically racist to black people because of slavery and because of discrimination and this mindset that I am somehow superior because of my skin color. Hold me accountable to that. Because saying white people enslaved black people, yes, it's a fact. And yes, I acknowledge that that is absolutely disgusting. But I didn't do it, so I can't and I won't feel guilty about that. Because I have never owned another human being. I never will own another human being. And I fully find that thought absolutely abhorrent and disgusting. But I didn't do it. So screaming at me about it is never going to make me feel the guilt you want me to feel. And it's not going to give you the absolution and relief that you want it to. But hold me accountable to the racism. Give me exact examples of how you have suffered racism, and especially point out specifically what I have done, that I have perpetuated systemic racism because of something I have done or said. Correct me, teach me, fix me, and I will happily acknowledge and apologize and atone for things that I have done. But don't expect me to somehow atone for something I've never done. Because I can't be sorry for it. I can say it's disgusting. I can agree absolutely it's disgusting. And I can absolutely find that thought absolutely abhorrent. But I can't feel guilt because I never did it. And because I can't understand the suffering of it because I never experienced being on either side of it. I've never owned or been owned, so I can't understand how absolutely disgusting it is other than just objectively that's disgusting. But yeah, like I said, if I do something that is perpetuating racism, teach me, fix me, correct me, call me out on it, absolutely. And I will apologize truthfully, wholeheartedly, and do everything I can to change that. Because I don't want to be a part of that system. I want to destroy racism. I want everybody to be able to look at everybody and go, that's a human being, and I'm going to treat you like a human being because that's exactly what you are. and that's what you deserve. And I want that to be the most natural, genuine thought that comes to everybody's mind when they look at another human being. That's what I truly want. So, yeah. Anyways, that's my political TED Talk for the day. We're going to move on now. Impenitent mortals, ever seeking to bury old wrongs under new. I did sense the moment of Nidhogg's demise.
You mean the moment I prized your eye from his head?
Twould seem that thou hast uncovered my secret. Aye. Unto the blinded Nidhogg did I yield 1/2 of my strength. Nidhogg, what hath befallen thee? We are undone by covetous mortals. They did take Ratatosker's eyes and glut their appetites upon her essence. She is slain then? What madness hath unmade our peaceful accord? Did I not warn thee, brood brother? They have ever been untrustworthy creatures, these short-lived Elezen. But thou wert enchanted by thy mortal maid. Thy folly has cost Ratatosker her life, and me mine eyes. Oh, my beloved Shiva, how swiftly are thy kin made bestial by their appetites. Hrasvelger, 'twas thy blindness that did invite disaster to our lands. Surrender thee an eye to me, and let that be thy penance. Nidhogg. They bested me once, but I was reckless. I shall need but a single eye to inflict enduring torment upon these traitors and every child of their line. Yield unto me thy strength, brood brother. My vengeance has begun! Thou hast borne witness to a scene from my past.
It was yours. Your strength that sustained Nidhogg all these years.
Would that Haldreth had dealt the worm a killing blow.
When my brood brother did appear before me, bloodied and blinded, his life was all but spent. He demanded half my vigor, that he might exact his revenge upon the mortals who had wronged us.
And so you acquiesced. You surrendered your eye to Nidhogg, knowing full well the suffering he would inflict.
This one
The peace my beloved so dearly desired had been shattered by her own kin. Except, see, here's the thing. Because they were in a peaceful arrangement or a peace treaty or whatever you want to call it, they could have absolutely come and demanded reparations. They could have announced very loudly, very publicly, exactly what went down, what they had done. And the rest of the people, the rest of the Elizans would have absolutely been horrified. They would have turned on those monsters that killed Ratatoskr. They would have denounced them. And you could have gotten your revenge properly with the actual people who had made you suffer. Not 1,000 years of pointless, endless suffering and torment from people who didn't even know or understand why they were being punished. They didn't even know they were being punished. They thought they were fighting for their very existence this entire time. But if you had gone forward as a representative of the people and said, hey, these specific people just fucking did this, the rest of the Ellison would have been like, those monsters! We're at peace! We've been at peace for so long and it's such a great thing! Why the hell would you do that? You assholes, get the hell out of here! They would have either executed them, they would have done whatever you wanted. You're dragons, for God's sake. They wanted to be at peace with you. Just because 12 or 15 or 20 so people out of hundreds fucked up royally doesn't mean that the rest of the population had to be punished with them. It's not like the rest of the people went, oh, absolutely, King, we're 100% behind you. We're gonna be way over here, though, and let you do all the work. No! They probably didn't know. They didn't know. None of the survivors who you actually punished knew, except for 4 fucking people. None of them knew. If you had just gone forward and said, hey, this fucking happened, the rest of the people would have kicked those 4 out and said, fuck you, and they would have given them to you to be executed or tormented however you saw fit. They would have handed them over. I mean, like, you made the worst possible choice ever. You and Nidhogg both went about this the absolute wrong way. You could have gotten your vengeance, actually gotten justice, and kept the peace with the rest of the people, and they would have spent these last 1,000 years being repenting and trying to reconcile and make up for the mistakes. They would have even done something as simple or as pointful, useful as setting up an honor guard for the dragons to ensure that none of their people ever did something like this again. So that none of this would have happened. Like, oh my god! Oh. Their treachery claimed my brood sister's life, and my brood brother's reason. Thinkest thou thy fits of indignation will move me to remorse? Well, if you've been in an actual, you know, as I just ranted.
I'm fire. Koluman. Tolos Ineskla.
Go, mortals. Take your unruly passions and leave this place. Your presence here spells nothing but misery.
Kastehi Shiso. Sekmon Inaan. Srei Snowfall in Sith-i-an.
Were it not for Shiva's soothing embrace, I would slay you where you stand. Woe betide you should the bond we share ever weaken. I'm sorry, I can't sympathize with Hraesvelgr. Like, I get it. It hurts. It hurts as if it was just yesterday, and you are full of pain. I can respect that. But you didn't even reach out to the people and tell them what they did wrong. For 1,000 years. Did I miss a quest? That's usually... Though he lifted not a single claw, it would seem that Hraesvelgr wreaked his own manner of vengeance against us. Yeah.
'Twas my life's goal to slay Nidhogg. But I find there is little joy to be had in its accomplishment.
But you have rid the world of a hate-filled creature, and ended a bloody war in so doing.
I lost my family to Nidhogg's flames, and 'twas with fury in my heart that I took up the lance. Every blow I struck in the name of vengeance. We were not so different, he and I.
I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right. Too many innocents have perished in the name of my greater good.
Yet even with all that has passed, the tale is incomplete.
Yeah, where's the other eye?
We are short a great worm's eye. Of the pair which Haldreth took from Nidhogg, only one is known to us, the one I bear. What then became of the other? Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard? Lord Commander. Aye. The deed is done. Nidhogg is slain. What? In the city? A battle with whom? At once, Lord Commander. Hold firm till our return. Fighting has broken out in the city. Lord Emmerich was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics.
I gave no order to attack.
Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Mayhap Hraesvelgr was right about us. Let us away, warrior of light. The people must be saved from themselves.
Wait! I would join you! There has been enough violence. I will appeal to my people in the city and make them see reason.
Come then, Lady Iceheart. Let us write the final chapter in this damnable war.
All of a sudden, Monty Python popped into my head.
A small army of heretics has invaded the city, Your Eminence.
You don't look or act at all like you're in distress about that.
But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault. And the intruders will soon find themselves outnumbered and outmatched.
Our plans proceed apace, then?
Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both.
It's not the people
and
that's the problem,
renewed
it's the
fervor
leadership.
to their prayers for deliverance. Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos, then order the Temple Knights to crush them.
Your will be done.
You are not a king that I would ever want to follow.
The moment is at hand.
La Habrea? Fuck.
Excellent. All shall soon be in alignment. It is time for the Bringer of Light to die.
Oshafont! It's been a while since I've seen him. I love that about him. He's just like, okay, yeah, she's cool. They said she's cool. Okay, she's cool. Let's go. We've got more important things to worry about.
There!
Comrades! Sheathe your swords! There is no need for further bloodshed!
My lady!
She is come!
Hear me, brothers and sisters! The war is ended! Nidhogg is no more! Aye, it is so! This adventurer and the Azure Dragoon laid the Great Worm low! The endless cycle of violence between man and dragon was born of our forefathers' treachery. You have followed me, bled with me, to bring this truth to light that we might all know peace. But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends! He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead! Let his hatred die with him, I say! Let us sheathe our swords and go in peace!
Have we lost?
No. If the whole goal was peace, you've won.
No, my friend! Far from it! At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp. And I, for one, would not forsake it.
Peace?
Seize the witch! Let none escape!
Providing aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern. If the heretics mean to observe the peace, then it would be folly not to do the same.
Damn right. That's my Harshafant talking. It was rather too close for comfort, but 'twould seem the calm is returning to the streets. My mind, however, yet clamors with 1,000 questions. You return to Ishgard with the oddest of company, my friend. Not tanky, not tanky, not tanky. Did I actually pick up a tanky chest piece already? No, I did not. Or did I get... Oh no, I'm already wearing the chest piece. I need like... That's what I need, the boots. There we go. I confess, I was more than a little dismayed to see you in the company of the Lady Iceheart. Whatever is going on, Dahala? Beg pardon? You traveled to the Churning Mist together, along with Estinian? Never was there more an unlikely alliance, nor one so magnificently effective. Nidhogg dead, and the heretics pacified. Father and Sir Emeric must know of this. Let us break the news of them to them together. I will bring Sir Emeric to Fortaunt Manor. Yes, an excellent suggestion. Very well, Dahala and I shall await you there. Let's see, this quest says, nope, I do not want to be a machinist. So I'm going to ignore that. And this one says the levies of Ishgard, another side quest that I can just ignore. Welcome, Mr. Silverlight. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yes, please. My throat's starting to give out. So how did they beat us here if we were...
Praise Halone, you are safe.
Yes, Haurchefant is safe. Oh, you mean me? Yes, I'm fine.
My safety was never in doubt, Father. For I had the Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light by my side.
Oh, you did mean Haurchefant. Okay, yes.
We bring the most wonderful tidings.
The infamous Lady Iceheart? Here in Ishgard? This is most unexpected.
Yes.
She has done much to quell the violence. The Inquisition may not approve, but we are glad of her presence.
Damn right.
And with the Great Worm's demise, even our nation's more reactionary elements will have scant grounds to press for her immediate impeachment.
My thoughts exactly.
What of the truth revealed to us by Hraesvelgr? That the origins of the Dragonsong War, a core tenet of Ishgardian faith, are quite unlike those depicted in the scriptures.
That men and dragons once lived together in harmony, and that it was man's treachery which shattered the peace and plunged our peoples into war.
You know, in every single story that you will ever read, no matter what story it is, no matter be it science fiction, fan fiction, fantasy, romance, whatever, it's always the shorter-lived race of the two that commits treachery. Like, for example, like, say, elves and humans. If they're in an alliance together, it's generally going to be the humans that break away or break the peace first. In almost any story you read, you will almost never read a story where the elves decide to betray the humans first. It's always the other way around. It's like, because we're short-lived, even in the eyes of our own people, because, I mean, mankind are the only race to exist, and they're the ones writing these stories, who have so little faith in our ability to honor promises, that we portray mankind as the one with the short-term memory and the betrayals. We're the ones that break the peace. We're the ones that let the others down, because we don't remember the way long-lived races do. Therefore, we are the ones that break promises. And, I mean, that says a lot about how we see ourselves when you look at it like that. That we don't even think very highly of ourselves because we're the ones writing the stories. And we always make ourselves the bad guys sometimes.
The same scripture also describes the origins of the High Houses. Were it exposed as false, the legitimacy of our rule would be called into question.
Yep.
If both Highborn and Lowborn can trace their ancestry to Thordan and his Knights 12.
But a single sip of dragon's blood is required to confirm their lineage.
If the Holy See knew of this and chose to remain silent, their crimes are grievous indeed. Regardless, this state of affairs cannot be allowed to continue.
Sir Emmerich, you cannot mean to raise this matter with the Archbishop.
Pray consider what you are proposing. If the Holy See chose to conceal the truth for centuries, what reason would they have to reveal it now?
At best, you will be branded a heretic and clapped in irons.
Then at least the Archbishop will have shown his true colors. My friends, this war will never truly be at an end until the truth is made known.
Oh. And this is why I have a crush on Sir Emmerich.
You must see what lies on the horizon if it is not. When ruled by fear of a common enemy, we were united.
But even when you were united by a common enemy...
During the war, the highborn needed men to lead, and the lowborn men to follow. Not anymore. 'Tis but a matter of time before the old order is called into question. Lady Iceheart will share the truth with her followers, and the Holy See will be powerless to stop its spread. The disenfranchised will rise up united, and blood will flow in the streets once more. A divided Ishgard will not survive.
Tread carefully, Lord Commander.
My lady, is it wise to let him go? I sympathize with the Lord Commander's desire for reform, but to approach the Archbishop in this manner bespeaks an idealism to which I did not think Sir Emeric prone.
Though he comports himself as a realist, he has long dreamt of reform. 'Twas that idealism which first drew me to him, that which made me swear an oath to serve. We must not think of ways to hinder his cause, but rather ways to aid it, even should the Holy See cry heresy.
You cannot mean...
If the Lord Commander does not return from the vault at the appointed hour, I mean to go and fetch him.
Have care, my lady. Your words border on treason. Should they reach the wrong ears, you will be declared an enemy of Ishgard.
That is a risk I am willing to take. Lest you forget, my lord, I am not born of this land. My loyalty is to the Lord Commander alone. But I speak only of what may come to pass. If the rumors regarding his heritage are to be believed, we have naught to fear.
Oh? Oh, you know what she's talking about.
Lies and slander.
Ah, so is he.
Forgive me, what rumors are these?
That Sir Emeric is the Archbishop's bastard son. Senior clergy are not permitted to marry and sire children. But even the holiest among us are not immune to temptation.
Should still have the control to, be tempted but not do it.
I labor to believe it. Sir Emeric is truly the Archbishop's son.
He has never been publicly acknowledged as such. But the rumors have plagued him since childhood.
Also,
that he rose to his current position, despite being despised as a bastard and accused of profiting from his father's influence, bespeaks the quality of his character.
Yep.
It is my hope that on this occasion, the burden of his birth will work in his favor. Should our worst fears be realized, the Archbishop will not be so quick to execute his own flesh and blood, affording us time to mount a rescue.
Ah.
Bastard or trueborn, he is our nation's best hope. If the Holy See dares to threaten him, I shall lead the charge against the vault myself.
Now that's a friend.
Hear, hear. The future of Ishgard rests on Sir Emeric's shoulders. I too will do mine utmost to aid his cause.
And this is why I love you, Orshafont.
Orshafont, be reasonable.
He is being reasonable.
A knight lives to serve, Father. To aid those in need. The people need Sir Emeric more than ever, and we may be his only hope. There is no greater calling for a knight than to save the life of his fellow man. I swear to you, on the sigil of our house, that I shall do this and make you proud.
Well, I'm already proud, sweetheart.
Even you? Romantic, reckless fools, the lot of you. So be it. Make your preparations.
I knew you'd be with us.
I thank you all for your support.
So many screenshots. Though your assistance is most welcome, I fear it will not be enough. Few as we are, we will struggle to reach the Lord Commander. If we are to succeed, we must needs recruit others to our cause. Did I not just put on new boots? No. I've got legs, gloves, chest, sword, shield, and ring. I haven't replaced the boots yet. Oh, okay. Now I see with the chain. Wait, but my legs went black last time. Was that... Did I pick up gloves just now then? What in the world did I just get? Breeches. So I did get legs. Okay. I am so very observant and skilled here. But how are we to carry out this bold endeavor? Even with an army of knights at our back, a direct assault on the vault seems unlikely to succeed. You are correct, Master Alphino. Not even the assembled might of House Fortemps and the Temple Knights would be sufficient. With the support of another party, however, we may yet stand a chance. You speak of the other high houses. Precisely the opposite. I speak of the revolutionaries rumored to reside in the Broom. 'Twas these disgruntled Ishgardians who opened the gates of our city to the heretics, I believe. But of course, if their hatred of the Holy See drove them to such deeds, they might well be persuaded to assist in Sir Emeric's rescue, knowing the truth he would lay bare. Such is my hope, Master Alphino, and I would have you and Dahala reach out to them. As a Temple Knight and sworn servant of the Holy See, any overtures I make are doomed to fail. But as outsiders, the two of you may receive a warmer welcome. Very well. We shall seek out the leaders of these revolutionaries and make our case. My thanks. Estinian, will your brothers heed your command if you ordered them to stand aside? The dragoons have no love for politics, my lady. They will gladly watch and wait while the highborn fight among themselves. How very wise. Dahala, we should hurry to the Forgotten Knight. Tataru may have some knowledge of the revolutionaries. Okay. Oh. Let's see. It is indeed an Aether Current quest. We recently held a ceremony to honor the passing of Sir Childebert, third son of House Helionart. But I was surprised to see none of the Rose Knights from Camp Cloudtop in attendance. Not that they should abandon the camp, mind you, but at the very least I expected to see Rentremont, or perhaps Lady Leolinette in attendance. I'm sure she has her reasons for not attending, but Rentremont is a dear friend of mine, and I know how he cared for Sir Childebert. They worked quite closely together for many years, down to the very end. Which is why I want you to present this to him. The battle standard raised during the ceremony. I'm certain he would have attended if he could, and at the very least, I should think he would appreciate a memento from the ceremony. Okay. I can do that. I have a quest in Cloud Camp. Anyway. But we're not going to worry about those just yet. Dahala! Alphino! Thought I'd been worried sick! It's so good to see you. And you, Tataru. How did you manage to escape the chaos in the streets? Gilbrant and the others barricaded the doors until the heretics left. No one was harmed, thankfully. But what about you two? What came of your journey? Oh, we've got lots of explaining to do, sweetheart. You're not serious. What was Sir Emmerich thinking? I mean, the way you two talk about him, I wouldn't have believed. Anyway, I've heard rumors of the people you're looking for, but I doubt they'll be of much use. The only thing I can say with certainty is that they're led by someone called the Mongrel. A queer moniker if I've ever heard one, but mayhap it will be the individual in question easier to find. I totally did not read that correctly. But mayhap it will make the individual in question easier to find. Come, let us make inquiries below. Gilbrant, I saw your daddy just a little while ago in a vision. Your dad was a badass. Or your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddad was a badass, but you get what I mean. Do I go through any of these doors to get? No, actually, there should be... Yeah, right here. And doors. There we go. Okay. Let's go talk to this person first. Let's go a little further down and talk to the other person first. There we go. Hey, rat. I don't know a goddamn thing about the mongrel, but if I did, you can be sure I wouldn't tell you. Yeah, I figured. Well, hello, Itazuraf. Eh? What's that? Speak up! I can't hear as well as I used to. Wow, you were really useful. A mongrel? Not sure I catch your meaning. To a blue blood, we're all of us dogs down here. Well, I hope Tataru was more charming than I was, because I ain't got nothing. That was the most useless bunch of conversations I've ever had. Not a single shred of information? Just as I expected, these revolutionaries would not have evaded capture for so long without the masses' complicity. Still, it is good to know that Tataru's ears are as sharp as ever. There we go. Chess piece. Frustrating though it may be, we must press on. While I continue speaking with the people of the Broom, why not go and see if Gilbrant knows aught of value? As the proprietor of the Forgotten Knight, surely he must have heard whispers of the mongrel before. We can only hope that he will be more forthcoming than the others. Very true, very true. Okay, the door... Okay, no, they weren't standing by it. The door should be, like, right around here. Shouldn't it? Oh, I am loving the story. I know absolutely nothing about voice acting or anything like that, and it's very clear I'm sucking at that part. But I'm trying to at least inflect some of the emotion I think that they'd have, just because it makes it more fun for me reading it out loud anyway, because I don't want to sound like some, I don't know, Autobot. That would really be just... I don't want to read it like it's boring, because it's not boring, and, yeah. Let's see, the door that I went through to get down here, is that maybe the door? Either that, I'm just gonna have to run up the stairs and realize how directionally challenged I am. Yeah, I have no idea what door I came out of, so I'm just gonna run up the stairs. And around the corner should get me back to the front door. Yep, there we go. You know, people long for a sympathetic ear, but they need to know that it comes with tight lips. Discretion, Dahala. That's what my customers expect. If they don't get it, then I don't get them. That being said, I'm not without my sympathies. I've heard the tales, and I know you've done right by the highborn and lowborn alike. Least I can do is point you in the right direction. But to do that, I'll need you to do something for me. So happens, there's a hunter up in the Crozier who owes me a fair bit of coin. However, I've agreed to accept payment in fresh herbs. Go and get them for me, okay? Sure. That does sound pretty fair. I am asking you to... what's the word? Not HIPAA. What's the oath that therapists make? Client privilege? Something like that? Alright, so where the hell am I going for this guy? Well, let's go find a Aetherit shard. That should help. Ah, there you are. Down this way. Butterfly wings! I want those! Butterfly wings! I want those! I want those! Hippocratic oath. So does that also why therapists don't tell what you do in session? So you're Gilbrant's errand girl. Good, good. How's he doing? Same as always? Right. Any road, I hope he appreciates how much trouble I had to go through on account of his bloody herbs. Tell him to enjoy them while they last, because I doubt I'll be able to find any more next year. You make it sound like you're doing him a favor when he's doing you a favor, buddy. Like, what the fuck? You should be just saying, oh, I've got his herbs right here. Tell him thank you so much, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get herbs next year. These were really hard to find. Would have been a much better response, mister. Yeah, I think the client-patient privilege or doctor-patient privilege or something they call it when it's a therapist. Where they're like, yeah, no, I can't tell you what was said during therapy session. That's client-patient privilege or something. And I know it's also like, there's a law. You can't, unless it's to save somebody's life. Like they literally said, I'm going to kill myself when I walk out this door, or I'm going to kill this person when I walk out the door. They are absolutely not allowed to reveal anything said during a therapy session. It's only if it needs to save the life of a person or the safety of another person. Like where a child admits to a therapist that Uncle so-and-so touched them in their no-no zone, but they never told mommy and daddy. The therapist is obligated to report child endangerment and stuff like that. But other than that, as far as I know, they are absolutely legally not allowed to say zip all about zip all. Well, you gonna hand him over or not? Aye, this ought to do it. With a few other spices, I can make it just like she used to. There are few things which stir the hearts of men like a sip of mulled wine. Share a glass with the right people, and who knows what stories they'll share. Ah. He has a good point. Nope, I don't want that. I want this. Yes. Woof. When am I gonna get boots? I've already replaced my chest piece. Now that I think on it, there's a woman I know who's rather fond of this blend. Hiritha is her name, and she resides in the Pillars. She's a maidservant to some noble house or another. I forget. Anyway, be a shame if she didn't get to try this wine. Why not give her a bottle? And there's my hint, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's not all actually from the same set, it looks like. Anyways. No, I don't want that shield. I am stubbornly not going to use it, because I know that this one is better. Ooh, but that chest plate looks so awesome. I hope they give me the rest of the set as part of the quest. Because, dude, that looks cool! Okay, she's probably down in the broom, so it'd be smarter to go down the stairs. And this time I'm going to turn around and try to remember where the door is. Okay, so this is why I couldn't find it. Because you have to go a little bit further down to actually get in the broom, so there was a set of stairs I was supposed to go up to get to this door. Okay, that would explain why I couldn't find it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see. Where is this lady now? Because it doesn't look like I'm finding her. Oh, she's... Oh! That is not where I expected to find her. I thought she was going to be down here in the broom. Not up in the pillars. There we go. Yeah. Pretty sure. Where'd you guys just pop out of there? Yes, I am here, Thea. Beg your pardon, but do I know you, miss? No, but I've got this for you. I know this smell. This is the wine that girl used to prepare. Her special recipe. It must be decades since I last tasted this. Oh, the poor dear. Such a shame she was taken in by that Baron. He cut a dashing figure, I'll grant you that. Tall, slender, long of ear. But those dazzling ruby eyes of his were filled with lust. It was not more than an infatuation. What she felt, but she convinced herself that it was love. And he couldn't help but take advantage. But when her belly started to grow, gods, the scandal! I mean, 'tis not an uncommon occurrence, but that it was with a here made it so much. Well, I needn't tell you. She was discharged from his service, cast out onto the streets like so much refuse. After she returned to the broom, we drifted apart. I only learned of her death years later by chance. Oh my god. The mongrel is literally... Oh god. Yikes. Right. Let's see. I have a feeling I'm about to be doing a lot of running around trying to figure this little mystery out, and I don't think it's going to be a happy story. It very clearly is not. I mean, if she's a She? Did they mention she? Or am I just assuming? If the child is still alive, and they are the mongrel and also the leader of the group that we're trying to get a hold of, she's got all the motivation for being the leader of the rebel group. Like, holy shit. So the amorous nobleman beds his maidservant, then casts her aside when the seed takes root. You know, I've always wondered at the unfairness of this. Like, okay, nobleman, person of power and authority, takes a maidservant, a person of lower rank and definitely authority and power, into his bed, maybe with consent, but maybe not. And then he gets her pregnant, but she's the one that gets fired. She's the one that gets thrown out. And the baby and the mother are the ones that get shit on, called names, discriminated against. Like, any book you read in, they're called bastard children and illegitimate children, but they're not. They're literally the same amount of DNA as the other children from the legitimate wife. So, like, the part that matters in terms of bloodline is not changed. But they always call them mongrels or half-bloods or something, as if somehow because the status of the mother doesn't equal the father, that makes the child less. And they discriminate against the child, but the child didn't ask to be born. And oftentimes the mother didn't ask to sleep with the dad either. But they're the ones that get punished and not the dad. And that is so stupid. Like, why isn't he the one where everyone's like, shame, shame, you put your hands on a lowborn, you're disgusting, I don't want to touch you, you've touched filth. Like, that would make more sense to me than she's worthless and needs to be kicked out and fired, and her baby should be abused, but because the baby is also of noble lineage, they're dragged and forced to grow up in the noble house and be abused and bullied for not being a full-blood. Like, maybe I read too much. Oh, I'll need to try and pay attention to that next time. I didn't even stop to think that they actually have, because they pop up and disappear so fast, I usually can't catch all the words. And I wish they would show up in my chat log somewhere or something, because then I could actually, like, go back and see it. Anyways, when the seed takes root. Not the most original tale, is it? Holds comfort for the women and children who live it, though. I'll say, holy shit. Even the penitent can appreciate wine from time to time. Take Gerelou, for example. Surely you've heard of him, no? He's a monk who offers succor to the poorest of the poor in the Broom. A man of many vows, but none of which prohibit spirituous beverages. Aye, if ever there was a man who deserved a drink, it'd be him. Oh, and he's like right there. Okay. Halone's blessing be upon you, miss. A gift? For me? This scent, how reminiscent of a wine once made by a dear old friend. May her soul rest in peace. Forsaken by her family, she toiled tirelessly to feed and clothe her child. Yet somehow she found time to help me tend to those in even worse circumstances. So compassionate she was, so full of love for her fellow man. 'Twas that love which gave her child strength to endure the scorn of the other younglings. That little girl, bless her heart, she couldn't help what she was. Eventually she won them over, but those first few years were trying. even more so when she had to start fending for herself. I remember days she spent standing on the walls, raven black hair flowing in the wind, staring out as if searching for her mother's face in the mist. So it was a girl, black hair, red eyes, half Ellison. Okay. You know, one day I want to play a game where it's an RPG, like where it's a world. It's an RPG, it's a fantasy story, but I want to play a game or read a story where there isn't discrimination of any kind, where everybody's actually equal, and the countries naturally put their own interests first, but they're still able to cooperate properly. Like, that to me seems like a real fantasy. She was a remarkable woman, Dahala. After everything she was forced to endure, she still remained hopeful for the future, for her daughter's future. Too bad you can't play as a half-elf. I don't think you can, like, make an Ellison and then give them shortened ears or anything to make them, or, like, a Hyr with... Like, I know you can do it with mods. Except that those are totally illegal and absolutely cannot be shared or published in any way, shape, or form. And, I absolutely do not support the use of mods in a game where the developers absolutely do not support the use of mods. But I do play games where they actively encourage and support, like The Sims. And, where they have rules and policies of share your mods, absolutely have mods, but you cannot monetize your mods. You have to make it free after 2 weeks of early access for paying customers. That way you can still monetize, but everybody still gets to use it, kind of thing, right? Anyways, that's my stance, because that's Square Enix's stance, and while I do think that the creativity that comes out from mods, they do not support the use of mods, and I therefore do not support the use of mods, because you want to follow the company's policy on how they want their game to be played. They're the ones that made it, so they have that right. And that's... Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm gonna shut up now. Some bonds are thicker than blood. Blood still defines us, and divides us in the end. It's the legacy of our parents, Dahala, and we can't escape it, no matter how hard we try. So the mongrel and her pups chose to embrace theirs, to proclaim it to all and sundry. If you can't understand that, then maybe you can find her on your own. No, I get that. If I'm to be discriminated against because of something I have absolutely no control over, which I may be white, but I am a woman, so I have faced it. I would definitely want to stand tall and proud and declare I have no control over this, but I am proud of this. Yeah. There are some mods that people have made for The Sims as a game that does allow mods that are just wow. There are some that are amazingly creative, like Panda-sama, I think she calls herself. She has this childbirthing mod that makes it like actual childbirthing, where you actively like have to do the stretches and the breathing and get your spouse or partner to give you some support, and you can either do a cesarean or a natural birth type, or even a home birth or a water birth, that kind of stuff. And for people who really enjoy that kind of extra realism, it's awesome. You can also have a preemie baby. She just added a thing that allows you to have babies that are born prematurely, which adds to the storytelling that people love for Sims, right? It's an amazing mod. Fully adore it. And it's amazing creativity. But there's also people who have made mods that support things like child porn. And mods that support bestiality. And I don't feel comfortable with those kind of mods. And as a community, the Sims players as a whole, if you look at the entirety of the population, are like, oh fuck no. But there are that corner of the world where, yep, they do that. And they have that mod to do that with. And it's disgusting. Do not support. And so yeah, one way to stop that from happening, potentially, would be to create a system where you're like, no, if we find out you're using any mods of any type, you're banned. You're gone. Bye-bye. And yeah, especially because from some of the modding I have seen, even though it is illegal, there are people that still make mods, and they are all cosmetic because they know if they make a mod that affects gameplay, they're going to get caught and banned. So it's all cosmetic mods. But to make the I would look at my character and I see full armor, but someone could mod it so that the armor set that I'm wearing looks like a Princess Leia outfit, and they see me practically naked, but I don't. And then they're sitting there perving on me, and it's without consent. And I think that's the most important part of modding and communities in general. Is consent is the most important thing out there. If I don't consent to you making me look like Leia in a bikini outfit, then what you're doing is wrong, because you're doing something to me against my will. Now, it's my character and there is no actual physical harm to me, and as long as I am unaware of it, no emotional harm. But once I become aware of it, I'm going to never want to be anywhere near you ever again, because I can't trust you. And so, yeah, I think that I can understand them wanting to do that, because especially with the way that I've seen how the illegal mods in Final Fantasy work, I don't see what you see if you're using a mod, and therefore you can do things to my character against my will. And if Square Enix had made it so the modding community was welcome, that isn't going to necessarily change the fact that I don't see what you see. So it's still a consent thing as well, I think, especially with Square Enix, is because they are aware that people can do that and they don't want that. So, yeah. I get it, and I do sympathize and respect their stance on it for that very reason. Still looking for your mongrel? Like I said before, take your pick. Plenty around if you know where to look. Or did you fancy someone specific? Let's see, they said red eyes and black hair, and this one says, oh no, we want the, yeah. Oh, someone's got unusual tastes. Afraid I can't help you though. Won't, rather. It's bloody obvious you ain't of the broom. Did you think I'd just tell you because you asked nicely? Yeah. I mean, earning the trust of the people down here is really going to be hard, because the more good that you do, the more the powerful people want you by their side and showing you off as their friend, because that gives them more power. Even if you want to be closer to the people that need your power more. Have you made any progress, Dahala? So our mongrel was born of Elazin nobleman and a Hurian maidservant. Granted, it is no location, but is far more information than we had before, yes. Now that her striking features are known to us, mayhap we need only remain vigilant. There must be a way we can draw the mongrel out into the open. Maybe we should discuss this with Tataru. Speaking of which, where is Tataru? She... Oh, confound it! She went below to make inquiries on her own, didn't she? We must find her quickly, Dahala. I have a premonition this is not going to end well. Okay, back down the stairs we go. Yeah, Tataru is tiny, and everybody here is so much bigger than her. Even the kids are bigger than her. Yeah, I agree with you. I have a bad feeling. Tataru doesn't know how to fight or protect herself. You cast your gaze over the streets below, but see no sign of Tataru. Not good. That means there's gotta be more sparklies on the floor or places for looking, right? I'm not seeing any sparklies yet. Well, she's definitely not this way then. Okay. Not here either. So she must have gone up the stairs a little bit? Well. But now I'm not in the room, which means... Where did she go? Definitely guessing not that way. Ah, there's another sparkly. I'm blind. That's what I am. Oh, come on. Uh-oh. Here it comes. She must be around here somewhere. I take it you've no luck either? I'm sorry! Forget I said anything! Oh. Wait. Down there! Isn't that Tataru? Those men are chasing her! Quickly, Dahala, after them!
Where do you think you're going, Missy?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
What's going on here?
What's it to you, boy? Piss off.
Well, that's my friend.
Hold on. I've seen them around. They're in and out of House 4 Tom's Manor all the time.
Oh, I see. Skulking about at your highborn master's bidding, eh? Bloodhounds hoping to catch a whiff of heresy, is that it?
No.
You are quite mistaken, I assure you. We came here to help. And if you know what's good for you, you will let us pass.
Haha! Listen to the pups yapping. Come here, boy. I'll give you cause to yelp.
Oh, buddy. I can't crack my knuckles right now, but if I could, you'd be hearing it. Let me show you. Cause to yelp.
Enough!
worry.
Leave threatening women and children to our betters. We don't have the knack.
Oh, thank God. Somebody with sense.
Hilda!
Oh! Red eyes, black hair, not long but pointy ears. I think we found our person.
Lay a finger on the blue blood's pups, and you're like to lose the hand.
Yeah, I'm right here.
And often I get called on by glorious heroes like yourself. So tell me, what have I done to deserve you?
Be awesome? I did notice the names, how the, like, Fortamp and Auchefant and Elphanor, how they all have very French names. And yeah, they predominantly spoke French, even in England back in the day, as the main language of the court. Mainly because the Normans preferred French to English back then, I think. And the Normans, like, conquered and kicked ass and were like, okay, we're in charge now, you're gonna speak the language we choose. And eventually they went back to English. I did notice that none of the here are among the nobility, but I didn't actually realize that they'd specifically made them to be the peasants of this particular country, because I'd seen a lot, like the beggarly fellow there, he's an Ellison and he's down here too. So that hadn't clicked, but yeah, you made that a good point of that, and I think that's actually pretty neat how they made a very just like, I noticed the class distinctions and stuff like that, like I noticed all of that, but it didn't clue in that only the Ellison were among the nobility and the Here were only ever among the middle to lower class, because I run around and was doing quests for both Here and Ellisons and didn't actually pay attention to that detail. But it's really cool, isn't it? Before you start, let's go where a bit more private, eh? The Forgotten Knights say. Well, at least Tataru is safe. Lay a hand on my precious Tataru, and I'm gonna break your fingers and then some. One thing I really hate in this particular bit of story arc that we're in is how they literally and very purposefully... Ooh, it's a duty. Okay, I'm gonna chitter-chatter first. I really hate how they literally, purposefully, the literal Pope, King, person who actually controls this country, purposefully and willfully tried to sow chaos amongst the people by not stopping the heretic attack faster than he could have, just because he wanted the people to be scared, so they would lean and look to him more. Like, he's despicable. And I hope that whatever the story arc takes us, that he gets deposed and is no longer in charge of this country, because a leader like that is the most despicable. These are people's lives, and you're just treating them like disposable diapers. And that's filthy. Like, that's just... You can't look at other people like that. Yeah, that is how it goes. England English, or UK, United Kingdom English, is such a massive pool of stolen memes in terms of language. They have words that they just steal from other languages and repurpose for their own uses. And many times, a word that means one thing in English is not even close to the original meaning of the original word in the original language. I actually studied Spanish for about 4 years in high school because I went back for an extra year to upgrade courses for college that I never went to. And one of the most fascinating things I learned about every language is that about 80% of the world's languages all derive from Latin. And I think a lot of that has to do with religion, because when the Roman Empire fell, Latin, for the most part, should have fallen away with it, because every country they conquered would have taken back their native language, because they didn't have control of the world long enough to completely eradicate and wipe out everything from the original cultures they conquered. But the church spoke and used exclusively Latin as a way to keep the commoner people out of religion. They expected the commoner people to worship and to give tithe, but they didn't support or care about the poor population or the commoner population. So they used Latin as a way to separate the worthy from the unworthy. And so the commoners would go to church to worship and not understand a word that was being chanted up above, which is also why they did a lot of singing back then. Growing up in a Lutheran church, we used to do things. I went to a very traditional church at one point, and they would do things like where the pastor would chant/sing a phrase, and then there was a sung response. And if I don't understand the language, singing it and learning to follow along through the music is the best way to mimic the sounds, even if I don't understand necessarily what I'm saying. And we didn't sing and do it in Latin. We did it in English, thank God. But there was that chant back and forth, and I think that that is a very, very old tradition of how they kept the commoners participating, even if they didn't understand Latin. Yeah, probably. Like I don't study languages. I just noticed, and it was pointed out to me by my teacher back then in high school, how Spanish and French and like 80% of the world's languages all are derived or have words that are incredibly similar and are derived from Latin or from the Latin root. And maybe even the pre-Latin, like you were saying there, the Proto-Latin. But I always thought that was really fascinating how we did that. And actually a lot of English words that we use nowadays were literal memes. I was watching this video about this guy talking about ancient languages and the English language specifically, and how at one point it was incredibly popular to make up a word that sounded cool and give it a meaning and then try to get other people to use it too. And the more successful you were, the cooler you were. And he said that you can find this in words that we use that have a prefix or suffix, but if you just take the core word, it has no meaning. And I'm trying to think of an example because he gave several really good ones, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. But there are words out there that we use quite a great deal that have a prefix or a suffix or both. But if you look at the core word and exclude the prefix and suffix, that word has absolutely no meaning. And it was not derived from anything. And it's because they would take words that sounded cool and add the prefix and suffix to make it sound cool, and then make that a word and try to give it popularity And some of those words endured, and we still use them in modern English. But they were just a made-up word like snuffleupagus, or like snuffleupagus, right? It's a made-up word for a made-up creature, but we know what that is, and it's, well, I guess it depends on your age if you know what that is. I'm really telling on myself there. I'm pretty sure there's people who don't know what a snuffleupagus is anymore, but... yeah, so... I'm getting very distracted. I am so distracted that it is almost 2:30 and I should have ended the stream already. So actually, it's probably best if we, don't start the duty, because that's going to be a big fight. And my husband literally just came home. So! Ooh, and he's got a package. Anyways, I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much for joining in and for chatting with me, because that makes this even more fun when someone kind of talks to me while I'm doing this. Yeah, I got a friend today. A couple, actually. Yay, friends! I made 20 followers, too. I know, I'm so excited. Oh, no, I'm okay with being sidetracked. So as long as I'm still having fun, I'm okay with that. We were talking about ancient languages and stuff. But yes, I should end the stream here. I hope you guys have a great week, and I'll see you all next Tuesday. Bye.